So yeah, welcome to today's study work productivity space. So if you are joining me today, I don't know if you saw the advert I sent out. Today we were supposed to start by 10, but we are starting now because I had a meeting to attend, which I have just finished, and it went well. So we are starting this Pomodoro section, which is going to end by 12:50. So that's how it will go. Every 15 minutes we'll go on break, and it should be your mindful break. So during the break, if you have anything to chat about, how to improve your studies, how to improve your retention ability, how to improve your recall or retrieval of information from your own brain, then let's discuss about it. So I'll be here from this moment till 4 p.m. But I'm not going to be speaking during the sprint time. During the sprint time is a time of work, it's a time of focus. So we focus on our work, we work for 50 minutes, we go for break 10 minutes. So after the 10 minutes, you return to your work. So if you have been struggling to manage your work, you've been struggling to plan your work, you can join me every Wednesday and Thursday. So Wednesday and Thursday it starts by 10. Tomorrow I'll be starting by 10 on the dot. So during that time, bring whatever tasks you want done and let us do it together. Then you will see how it works. It helps you to concentrate, it helps you to focus on your work, and it makes it less stressful because you don't need stress to get your work accomplished. For you to be effective in your work, you need to balance your work time and your rest time. So this is what I'm here for, to create this space for as many that are preparing for exams, for as many that are struggling to meet deadlines, or you have so much work, especially those that are living where I am. We have so much doing. You have work, you have shifts, and you are struggling to complete your academic work, and you are struggling to complete whatever work you have in your office. Please join me and I will walk you through how to get it done. So you need to plan yourself. First and foremost, you come with things that you want to achieve and make your priorities right. First, what you have to do is to get a list of what you want done in a day. I will still talk about how to set goals, how to set objectives that are achievable, because if you're able to set it in manageable chunks, it makes life easier, it makes it faster for you to achieve what you want to achieve. So come with whatever tasks you want to achieve, get 3 things as your priority, put it down and let's work on it. So those 3 things, the first one, after you finish it, just put it down that yes, you've done the first one. Then the second one, you put it down that you've done the second one. But I want to bring to your knowledge that you should never take your rest for granted. So during the rest time, please rest. Or if you want to chat like I'll be chatting, then put your eyes off whatever work you're doing, and let's chat then and get the break that is needed for our brains to gain clarity. There is a reason why there is break in between. That is to make you to work better, because our brain is fashioned in a way that we work better in short sprint, in short focus. Once your brain knows that, oh yes, I'm going to sleep, I'm going to rest, I'm going to take a break after some minutes or hours, then it will always concentrate. So let's work in this sprint and let's get our job done. So if you are preparing for exams, please don't leave. Make sure you are studying with me, because during break I'll be telling you, I'll be talking to you practical experience. I mean things that has been done, things I've done, things I've taught to others, and their grade improved and their study improved. So I'll be talking to you during that time. It's quite short, 10 minutes is short. So during that time you can ask your questions and I'll be there to answer you, to help you improve your score, to help you improve your grade. It's not all about the ChatGPT, unless you just want to get A's you can't defend, A's that you can't use to contribute and make other people to enjoy your own work. You are going to school, you pay your school fees, you do everything that is asked of you, and later you go, another person is writing it, or whatever machine is writing it, that doesn't pay you. So if your aim is to improve your own retention and your aim is to improve your own ability to recall or to retrieve information, please stay with us. During break, which happens every 50 minutes on top of the time, that's 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, 3:50, then stay and learn. If there are students amongst us, I wish you a very sturdy a very effective study time. If you are a worker, I wish you a very productive time. So during this time, during the sprint time, please focus on your work and make sure you are working, because you will get a break once it's 50 minutes on top of the time each time. So let's continue our work. This is the sprint time, so I'll be calling you because I started this one late today because of the conference I had, which just ended, and I'm grateful it went well. So I'll be calling you to talk to you about how to improve your grade, how to improve your retention, and to improve your recall ability once it's 12:50. So this should be a break time now for us, and it's time for us to discuss on how to improve our studies, how to improve our grade, how to improve our results or the outputs. You will see that some people, after putting so much effort studying, the results doesn't measure up. I don't know if you have witnessed that, but there is always a technique to study. There has always been a way to make your grade better. And this I'm teaching now is not what I learned from anybody. It's what I tried and what I've taught to so many others, and it helped. So if that has been your problem, or you are trying to find out how to improve your grade without so much stress, because sometimes we pass through so much stress because we are not learning from others that have tried it out. If you want to try it out yourself when there is already an existing way, that is sometimes time wasting, but sometimes you need to feel it too. So let's talk about how to improve our grade. So if you have students that are with us, you have those that are struggling with their scores, with their grade, with their results. If you have been preparing for exams, I will be speaking to us during break. This is a mindful break. So if you've joined me for this Pomodoro section, we finished the first Pomodoro sprint time, which was our focus time. So this is the break time. I use the break time to speak. I use the break time to chat. So if you have any question about how to improve your grade, how to improve your retention ability as a student, as a researcher, as a lifelong learner, then this is the space for you. So I will invite you to listen and maybe get your pen and paper. Not only listening, I want you to put it in practice, and I want somebody to come back here to let me know if it worked for you. But what I'm telling you, I'm very sure, unless you didn't implement it, if you applied it, you will see it working. You will see the difference between the grade you used to have and what you have. And if you have always been an A student, you will see that you can make these A's at ease. It's not the chat GPT type of A. You know, so many people now, what they are doing is to just chucking the questions they were asked or whatever assignments, and the other side, you see the outcome. That is not helping you. You might pass, you might ace it, but for you to use that tool properly, you need to develop your own memory. You need to develop your own retention ability. You need to develop your own thinking ability. When you improve the way you think, when you improve the way you retain information and how to record it, it will help you use those tools that are meant for education better. But if you're always now depending on those tools, you have exchanged ChatGPT, Google, AI, whatever AI, there are so many kinds of it, and we are not going to be listing them. There are some of them that are free, some of them you pay to get access to. If you have been acing it with those things, that means what we are here to teach it might not be for you. If that is what you just want to pass and you just want to get the certificate, you don't want to know whether you learn anything or not, but that is not helping you, because that means you paid your school fees in vain. Let's just call it what it is, which means you wasted your school fees, because you paid your school fees in order to develop the way you think. You paid your school fees in order to develop the way you see things, to change your view in life, to improve your view in life. And how do you do that? Is by you studying. So here, what I'm here to tell you is what to do, how to study, the way to go about studying so as to improve your grade and improve yourself. There is a proven way, and that is what I'm telling you now, what I've used. The first thing that you need to do is to tell yourself the reason why you went to school. There is a reason why you went to school. And if you know that yes, it's to improve you, then listen very carefully, or get people to listen. I will be ending it once it's on top of each hour. I will end the talk. 15 minutes after each hour, I will start it again. So the first thing to do is repetition. Not just any kind of repetition. It's a spaced and distant repetition of whatever you've learned, of the courses that you've read, of the courses that you have been taught, of the books that you have learned. There is a need for you to repeat it again. So the repetition is not you going back to read and reread. So if that is what you've been doing, What reading and rereading will do for you is to make you get familiar with the terms and the concepts in it, but you didn't learn it actually. That means after 1 hour, you might, it is up to 90%, I'm up to 90% sure that you will forget what you have seen. If you are just reading, that is why whenever you see it, you go back and say, I thought I read this, you go back and read it again. That is not how to improve your memory. That is not how to improve your retention ability. So you need to repeat it, you need to revisit it, you need to review whatever you've learned. You need to review it, but there is a way to review it, which is a spaced repetition. So if you have been in the class you were taught now, or you have just read a book now, you don't go back immediately unless you did not understand it properly. That is the time you should go back to it, maybe ask questions around to get a grasp of what you've been taught. Then after that time, what you need to do is to give yourself a space, maybe of 1 day, then go back to it and read it again. Our brain is designed in a way that it forgets things. It has a filter. Once it has been held in the short-term memory, within 30 seconds, it's already telling itself that these ones are important, these ones are not important. It will start filtering it. And after 24 hours, you might forget whatever you've learned, up to 90%, up to 70% of it, based on how well you've trained your brain. Then, if your brain is following that normal curve of forgetting, if you are already going down and you top it up by revisiting or reviewing it, it will put it where it was and you keep it going. So you space it. The first time might be just 1 day, you review it after 1 day. Don't go back to it the next day. Don't go back to it the next 1 hour. Give it 3 days from that 1 day. Then you go back to it. That's how you do your repetition. What is it doing? What is that spacing doing to your brain? It is strengthening the nerve. It is strengthening all the pathway where you are storing it. It is helping it to keep it longer. So that will help you to take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory, which is where you want the important information to be. And the long-term memory has limitless capacity, is far bigger than any computer you can imagine. You just need to train your brain well, and you can store as much information as you can. And it can hold information between 1 hour and a lifetime. So I'll be teaching you what makes your brain to keep an information 1 hour, or what will make it to be there maybe after years, after years. Have you asked yourself, why is it that you can forget things that you were taught maybe just now, or you were told, somebody was just chatting with you and told you something, you can just forget it? Have you asked yourself, why is it that people don't forget embarrassing situations? Why don't they forget things that are very, should I say, that was tragic, or things that made them happy, maybe changed their life? It's easier to forget things that you didn't link. So we'll talk about that. So we've talked about space repetition. So if you have done your space repetition, you need to add active recall. So for you to improve your retention, for you to improve your recall ability, you must do 2 things. So those 2 things are what we are focusing on now. One is active engagement and the other one is rest. So what I'll be talking about maybe during this time, because it won't be enough to talk about it all, is the active engagement part of it, but rest is important. So after your repetition, the next thing you should do is active recall. It's not just recalling. You don't just keep reading and reading and reading. You need to see if you can recall what you've read. You need to see if you can repeat what you have read, if you can bring it out, if you can, should I say, recreate your notes, if you can close that book and say exactly what you've learned. At least if it is not word to word, you can repeat the ideas containing whatever you've read or you've been taught. So this is almost the time for us to end. So we are talking about the recall. I'm still going to be, I will just touch the repetition. I'm not going to be giving introduction anymore. It will just be from the repetition, touching it. Then I will speak about the different strategies, the different ways of making yourself to recall. I will go further to talk about how to improve your the sharpness of your brain to recall faster. There is always a way of doing it. So during exam pressure, you don't need to panic. You will always be able to recall if you train your brain that way. So we've come to the end of the break. For those that went to their mindful break, me, I'm back from my mindful break, which was used in chatting. That's good. So I'm back to work. So during this work now, I want you to focus on whatever work you brought, the task, your priority task today. Put your mind, put your focus on it, put your energy to it. It's only 50 minutes. Remember, 50 minutes of sprint time, then we come back to our break time. So during the break time, which is 1:50, I'll be speaking to you again on how to improve your grade as a student, how to improve your retention and your recall ability. come to the end of this section now. So it's our break time. If you have been working with me, you can go on break. This is the break time, or you can decide to sit and let's talk about how to improve our studies, how to improve our retention ability, and how to improve our recall ability as students, as researchers, as lifelong learners, or if you just want to be among those that keeps their mind sharp over time. You don't want to lose it. You don't want to be among those that will be thinking, oh, am I still thinking straight? So if you're among those that wants to improve your memory, you want to improve your retention ability and recall ability. So I'll be talking about how to improve your score, especially for students. If you're a student and you've been struggling on how to pass your exams yourself, you want to improve yourself, you want to improve your retention ability, you want to improve your recall ability, not just passing, not just acing it, not just paying others to do your work in school, not just paying to get the best AI or to get the best prompt on how to get the AI to do your work for you. What you are planning is to improve yourself, to increase your grade, or to retain your grade if you have been an A student and you don't want to do it with much stress. So listen very carefully. The first thing I want you to know is that we have three kinds of memory. So learning how each of them works will help you to retain information. Learning what each of them can contain will help you to improve your recall ability. So the first one is the sensory memory. I'll be speaking a little fast because I want us to cover a little more during this break. So invite as many students, as many people that you know that have children, or they have younger ones, or they are themselves, they need it to improve their retention ability, to improve their ability to recall. So I'll be doing it each break time, and I'll be speaking a little fast. I know some people used to tell me, please, can you speak a little slower? If you have a question, you can just put it down. I will attend to it maybe at the end of the study hour. It will end by 4. I will give maybe 10 minutes to answer questions, or to, if there are questions. If there isn't any, I'll close, because tomorrow I'll be here back by 10 to do it till 4. That's 6 hours. So for us to improve our memory, to improve our retention ability, to improve the way you recall your information, it will help you to increase your grade. So you learn that there are 3 types of memory. We have the sensory, we have the short-term memory, we have the long-term memory. The sensory memory, you just see things and you no longer remember whether you saw it or not. It lasts, information there will stay like between split second to 4 seconds is gone. So that is just looking like a filter to pass things through, to for you to pass through and not strip, you know, that those kind of memory. Then you have the short-term memory. What you will learn will stay in your short-term memory till it go through processes to go into the long-term memory. So your short-term memory will hold information between 15 seconds and 30 seconds, and might even not hold it that long if you didn't put mind to it. And it can't hold much information. What you can put in your short-term memory maybe at a time will be between 5 and maybe 15, an average of 15 things in your memory. Just take it, for instance, you're trying to memorize a phone number. You see, what you do is to maybe divide it into 3, you divide it into 4. It's okay, 4 4 4 2 2 2. The much it stays, it can stay like 15 seconds in your mind. It can stay up to 30 seconds in your mind, and if you did not revisit it, it is gone. So that's how much it can hold. Just imagine that you are trying to remember 20 different numbers at a go. Unless you are well trained and you are too smart, that is the only time you can hold it. But the maximum you can keep in that place will be about 15 items at a time, and it's gone. But your long-term memory is what you need to really function, to really pass as a student. After reading, you keep so much information in it and you'll be able to retrieve it. And there are ways for you to take it to the long-term memory. The first one I will say it again, is space repetition. So you space your repetition, you go back to what you learn, you read it again, you review it. After 1 day, you review it again. After 3 days, you review it again. After 7 days, so you increase the spacing of the time you go into revision or you learn it again. Then if you have done that, the next one is active recall, which is what I want us to discuss now. Active recall. How do you recall it? It's not just retaining it. After retaining information, if you can't recall it when it matters, you will still not be able to use it. So you need to learn how to bring the information out efficiently and do it fast. The first thing you need to do in active recall is to not keep repeating or going back to your books. If you have been in a situation that after learning some things you have to go back again and learn it, you go back again, you call people, oh, can you remember, without even giving your brain the time to see if you know it already, you're not training that brain. So after reading, try to close your book and see if you will be able to recall what you have just read. Try and see if you can remember the idea in the book or what you were taught in class. If it is in secondary school, sometimes they do the lesson maybe 30 minutes to 45 minutes, 1 hour, because they know they are training their record time, they are training the way, they are training their information storage system. Now in the university, you see sometimes you can go up to 3 hours. After that, when you come out of the class, try to ask yourself, what was the thing that I even learned in that class? What was the topic? What was the idea? So try as much as possible to remember the things that you've read, the things that you've been taught, the things that you see. When you try and you can remember it, we will go to the next stage. If you can't remember it, it's time for you to go back to that book and see again if you can read it. Maybe try to remember the things that you have read. You go back to, it's just like from to and fro, but don't go reading and rereading. It is not good. Do you know why? Because it will make you get familiar with what is there, but you are not learning. You will not only know that you did not learn it after you keep rereading and rereading. During an exam, you see you can't answer it. You can't even apply it. But if you do the recall, which means after reading, you close your book and try to see if you remember it. If you are able to remember it, then the next stage is for you to take your pen and paper. Always, when you are studying as a student, you see these things I'm holding. If you want, you can buy pencil, you can buy paper as much as possible. Let it be your friend. If you have a space, you can keep board, whiteboard, smart board, paper board, whatever kind of board. Please, it's very important in studies. I'm not telling you what is written in books. I'm telling you what you will do, and your scores will improve and your retention ability will improve. Don't play with it. Get pen and paper. After the record, you're able to record it. Then when you start writing it, it will see how far it has stored. If you can retrieve it, then you are trying to see if you can retrieve the information. Now, if you can retrieve the information, now if you can replicate what is in that note, then you have done well. If you can replicate maybe the idea, not, but at least you go a long way. You see how far you have learned. So after writing it down, when you're able to replicate the idea, then that stage is done. So the next one you do about the active recall is you trying to speak it out. Don't just learn it. We think that we've learned it. Till you start saying it, you see how much you know. After this teaching, try it. Read, reread, recall. You can even write it down, then try to say it. You will see exactly how much is retained in your brain. And if you're able to say it, and during this time you can teach it like you're teaching it to a child. Try to use simple language. Try to use simple sentences to explain the idea in that book, to explain the idea of what you've learned. So if you're able to do that, you have gone a long way. So the next time is just for you to do the spacing of the repetition again. Then after this active recall, which you have said it, you have written it, then the next stage is for you to visualize, which is what we are going to be speaking again during the next break. I will tell you how to visualize whatever you've learned, to visualize your studies, to visualize your reading, and to associate. I call it visualizing and association. And at this stage, that is what makes the difference between the A students and the B students. This is the difference between you remembering what you were taught in class and you remembering whatever that is attached to your emotion, which may be like embarrassment, or maybe you were given a gift by somebody you like so much, by your idol. You see, it's hard for you to forget such things. So we are going to be looking at now during the next break, which will be happening 2:50. So we look at how to visualize it and how to associate it. So stay tuned with me. If you are working, this is our sprint time again. Is the time of work, so focus on the work you're doing and work it. Put your mind to it. Our brain works better in sprints, in short sprints. So after 50 minutes we'll be back again to speak on how to improve our score. So stay tuned. Get as many students as possible. If there are questions, keep it during the end, at the end of the study work session, which is 4. I will give you a little time to chat. As many people that wants to chat, that's the time for us to chat. But during this time, during our sprint time, is not a time to chat. Please focus on your work. Put your energy, your mind, the attention to it. I will call you again when it's 2:50. So we've come to the end of this sprint time. So it's our mindful break again. If you have been with us, it's time for us to discuss how to improve our studies and how to improve our grade as students. So we've talked about we've talked about repetition, spaced repetition. That's repeating what you've learned, but in a systematic way to strengthen your memory, in a systematic way that it will strengthen the neurons in your brain so you can retain information faster and efficient. And we've talked about the recall, active recall to be specific. So active recall, we mentioned that you should try to recall what you read, close the book, come out of the class, try to see if you can remember what you have just read or what you were taught, and see how much of it you can remember. If you can't, you go back to it, or you can ask questions, and by then you are looking out for the key points that will help you remember. And if you can remember it, you go further to trying to write it down as much as possible. Make the pen and paper. You can get pencil because pen, it finish fast, but as a student that is revising, or you are preparing for exam, you write a lot. I can tell you with experience, one pen might not be enough for one exam section. So it's good you get a pencil. If you want, you can get a pen. Write as much as possible. As you are thinking, be writing. So you write down and try as much as possible to replicate your notes, or to at least replicate the idea in the notes, and be sure that you can remember everything that you read in that note. Put it down. Once you can replicate your notes, it's time for you to speak it out. Say it out. Don't think that you know it. If you think that you know it, you will only be surprised when you enter the exam hall that you don't know it. You might know some, but you will not know them all. But if you're able to write it down and say it out as if you're teaching a child, you use simple languages to explain this idea, there is no way you will forget it easily, especially if the exam is just few days or few hours. But if it is something that will stay, you want it to stay with you, you need to go further. And if you really want to make the A and be, should I say, confident in your A and sitting comfortably, that there is no way you will lose it, there is a way you write exam. You yourself, you know you have passed. There is a way you write exam. You don't need to be told that you have passed it. Is sure, you can ask those that have been passing their exams and they are comfortably sitting in 95 over 100. Once you are around that 95 over 100 and the cutoff for A is 80 or whatever, you know that exactly that you have what you have done. So if you want to sit comfortably on top of your grade, this is the way to go. The next one, after writing it and saying it out, is for you to try as much as possible to quiz yourself. Ask questions about what you've read, everything that you've read. Turn the questions upside down. Ask yourself every imaginable question, whatever you can imagine. Ask yourself, and if you're able to answer those questions, you are prepared for exam. You are going to pass your exam. But don't leave it at that, because most times what we do in exams, sometimes you have to write 2 or 3 times. And remember, as a student, that life doesn't just end in you writing exams. It doesn't end with you passing your exams. If eventually, fortunately, you come out as the best student in your class, because if you use this, there is no way you won't pass. And remember that there is always space for so many first class. If you are using the English system, it's first class, but some system they use the cum laude. So there is always space. They will have 2, 3, 4, 5 first class, 6. So there is always space for you. You can teach others. Don't be selfish. So the next thing you should do is for you to try as much as possible to visualize and associate. I told you that the best thing you can do for yourself is to find this fine line between an A student and a B student. There is always a fine line between it. But people think it is by trial and error. It's never by trial and error. If you know the system that you use in reading, you know the system, it will be hard unless you were not feeling well or something else happened that you were not prepared. If not, you always sit comfortably on that A or A1 based on the system you are using. So try as much as possible to visualize. What does it entail to visualize? Is for you to try to relate, to turn it into a mental story in your brain. turn the concept, turn what you read into a story, tell it as a story, draw it as a map, make it an image. Why does this work? Because your brain store easily images and illustrations. It's easier for your brain to store and retrieve images. It's easy for your brain to store and retrieve stories. You know, there are some stories you were told when you were young. Sometimes you can still remember them. That is how efficient stories are. And that is why we were taught in stories while we were quite young, because your brain was just still developing. So turning whatever you read, the concept, into story, try as much as possible to turn it into story. If it can't form a story, turn it into a mental map or something that can relate. Is important. Again, you move forward to relate it. That I call association. Associate what you have just learned to what you already know. Try to bring it home to what you know. Link it to things that are around you. Link it to things that you know. And if eventually that this thing that you just learned is an abstract thing like mathematics, sometimes try to bring it home by relating it to things that you see around you. And if you relate it to things that you see around you, it will be hard for you to forget it, because your mind can easily encode it. Your mind will code it and can retrieve it faster. That is very efficient. Then the next thing you need to know is that you shouldn't be selfish in teaching. Teaching will seal it for you. Teach yourself if you can't find anybody to teach. But if you are fortunate and any of your classmates say, please, can you teach me this? I didn't understand this. Or maybe somebody just, even if the person you think is going to, please use that person as your experimental object. And I don't mean to experiment. You are just experimenting in teaching. You mustn't be an expert in teaching for you to teach. Just teach what you just read. What teaching will do for you, it will show you the gap in what you know. Once you are teaching, as I told you, then if you are saying it loud, you find out how much you've stored. But when you are teaching it to another person or to an imaginary you, if you are just somebody that's maybe in a hostel, you are living outside the hostel, wherever, and there is nobody you can teach at that point in time, you can be an imaginary classmate that you are teaching, or to a child, or to anybody that doesn't even understand. You can, please, can I teach you this? As you are saying it out and trying to put it the way you teach it, you will see exactly what you don't know. It will help you find out the gap in knowledge. It will help you find out what you are missing, so you can go back and get it right. Again, what teaching does for you is to arrange your thoughts, to arrange the flow of information. It arranges the relationship. So you know now, okay, if I'm asked this question, these are the area I need to put interest in. Okay, this matters. The person you are teaching might not know it if the person is not knowledgeable enough, unless you are teaching your teacher, we do that. Or you are teaching somebody that that knows it already. The person is just sitting there to listen. They might find out where you are not getting it right. You might wumble, jumble, you might not get it right the first time. But exactly what that teaching will do for you is to let you know what you are missing. And if you are always volunteering yourself to teach other students, to teach your classmates, to teach other people, that helps you a lot during the exam period. You will study less. It will take you less time to store it in your long-term memory. But people don't know that, and they think it's by reading and reading. Try as much as possible to volunteer, to seek out people that need to learn. So when you teach them, you yourself, you are learning. And that will reduce the amount of work you put in understanding that. Because exactly when you are teaching, you will find out what you don't know. You find out the knowledge gap, so you can go cover it. So after that teaching, you try as much as possible to follow the other steps, to repeat it, space it, and to record, do your active record, prepare it. So I will speak again. It's still the things, but I will make sure to cover it. That's maybe it will take a little longer, because that's the end. It will be towards that's at 3:50. Then it will be the one that will lead us to the end of the section. So I will make it a little longer. So I will be speaking to you on how to compress information. I will speak to you on the system to use to balance your work time, your study time, and your rest time. Is very important for your studies. It's very important for you to store information because you need rest to get it from your active, that's the short-term memory, to the long-term memory where you will keep it longer. And we'll talk about the ways we can compress information in our brain, especially for students. That's the last one, will be for students, not really for real life applications. Sometimes it might help you because you still remember them later on in life, but during pressure, and if you have a lot to put in your brain at a short period of time, then you will need that technique. So stay tuned. Once it's 3:50, I'll call us back here, so we'll speak and get it done. Thank you. And if you have been with us, please, it's time for our sprint time. Let's every minute of this last 1 hour or last 50 minutes, let it count. Focus your energy, focus your time, your attention to what to your priority tasks for today. So I'm working on the last of mine. So I'll see you again. I'll speak again by 3:50. So we've come to the end of this sprint time. Is our time of discussion. It's time for us to discuss on how to improve our grades, how to improve our study life, how to move from B to A comfortably, or sit on that A comfortably and be on top of our class. So we've talked about space repetition, and the strategy to follow is to space it and increase the distance each time. After repeating the revision or studying again that same concept, the first day you give it 3 days, then you go back to it, then you give it 7 days, you go back to it 14 days after the 7th day. Just that way, strengthening and reinforcing your learning. So we've also talked about how to we also talked about active recall, which is very important, because after storing the information in your long-term memory and you can't recall it, that will be like is something you don't want to witness in an exam situation or in an interview, or for some of us that always goes around if you're always going around presenting, maybe in conferences, in workshop, you don't want to forget what you read. You don't want to before, maybe in a way you are now trying to bring out is jumbling, you don't remember, so you don't want that. So for you to strengthen your recall and to be able to recall it fast when it matters, there are ways you do it. First is the active recall, which I told you the first thing you do after reading, after you come out of that conference or that training, is to see if you can remember what you were taught. If you can remember it, then you go to the next stage. If you can't remember it, now you already know, okay, I thought I know this, I learned this, but I don't think I can remember up to 20% of it. And it's normal, because most times what we did was just to store it in the short-term memory, which will hold it between 15 seconds and 30 seconds, and that is not a long time. And if you don't revisit what you just learned, what you see is that after 24 hours, it's most likely you forget up to 70% of what you've learned. So you need to revisit it. So for you to actively recall, you need to close that book and see if you can remember everything you've read. See if you can remember the concept, the idea in that passage or in that book. If you can, then we move to the next. If you can't, then you go back. Then if you can, the next thing to do is to see if you can write it down. Try as much as possible to replicate your notes. Replicate the idea. Make sure that you covered every idea or whatever that passage is talking about. Have it completely rewritten. If you can replicate your notes, or you can tell exactly on your notes what you learn, then you have succeeded halfway. Because what you are doing is that you are trying to put it in your memory and bring it out from the memory. So you are practicing your recall. If you can write it and replicate your notes, don't end there. Please don't, as a student, or if you are going to be talking to students, tell them you see paper should be their friend, and pen, not only pen and paper. If pen is expensive, because during exam time I can tell you that if you are doing what I'm telling you, one pen won't be enough for your exams. So you can buy pencil for your practice. So you get paper. Make sure to write down everything that you remember that you read. If you can replicate it, then it's okay. You go forward to talk about it. Open your mouth and speak about it. Don't always think that, yes, I know it. If you think you know it, during the exam time, you see yourself struggling. I know many of us are students that are listening. If you are students and you are listening in the in the viewers' eye, you can join us. Let's chat, and please just put in your comments and ask questions that you need to learn. Most times we are taught the things, our main subjects, but how we are going to learn it and replicate it and bring it out and implement it, most of us we are not taught. And so many people struggle to understand. We struggle to bring it out, to retain information. We struggle to replicate it or to recall it when it matters to pass our exams. And as researchers, that if you're handling large amount of information, you need to train your recall ability. You will need to train your to train your memory to be retentive. You will need to be able to recall fast, not just recalling, not when you are already close from the exam you remember it. You don't need it at that time. You need to remember it when it matters. So you practice active recall by closing the book, trying to memorize, trying to bring it out, trying to write it down, to replicate your notes, then to speak it out. There is need for you to say it loud, not just saying it in your brain. If you're just saying it in your brain, you'll find out that you don't know it when it matters. So when you are saying it out, it will let you know, okay, those things you think you know how much you know. It will tell you how much is already written in your long-term memory in your brain. Then you go forward to quiz yourself. As a student, make it a pattern in your study to quiz yourself. Ask yourself questions, as many questions as possible in that area that you've read, in whatever you've read. Quiz yourself, ask yourself every imaginable question, and if you can provide answers to them, then you have already made a big progress. And as you're asking yourself those questions, take your pen and paper and write it down. Write down the answers. Answer the questions that you have posed to yourself. You can even ask others to ask you questions in that area and see if you can get it right. If you can get it right, then we move forward. We are still talking about the active engagement part of you retaining, improving your retention and recall ability. You move forward to visualize and associate. So visualization, you try as much as possible to visualize what you learn in a story, your mental story. It can be a mental map, it can be a mental image, it can be a mental story. You know, we remember things in story. Why this work is because your brain store easily and can retrieve easily images and illustrations. So try as much as possible to change what you've learned into a story or a mental map, into an illustration, and your brain can easily retrieve it when you want to use it. Again, you need to not only visualize it, you will need to associate it to things that you already know. You just learn a new thing today. It might just be a new concept. Let's just take, for instance, one of those concepts that we learn in physics. You learn conduction, you learn the conductors, you learn the good conductors and the non-conductors. So the concept was explained. It's left for you now to relate it to things that you know at home, or things that you've seen. If you're able to relate it to things that you know, it will be easier for you to recall it when it matters. But if you just learn the concept, you will struggle. And there are so many other concepts like that. Maybe the concept of how to make a perfume, or how perfume work, which is this like the diffusion, or maybe is whatever concept you learn. Many of them are things you can apply in real life. If you don't understand it, you can read it again or ask questions. Then you relate it to things that you already know. If they are abstract terms like we see in mathematics, they look abstract, but most times they are the things that you can easily apply in your real life situation. So you bring it down to real life. They will say, okay, a plus this, well, they're always looking for s. So you relate it to, okay, I know this, I know that, then what will be missing in this formula? So when you're able to relate it to things that you know, or things that are physical, things that you have seen, it is easy for your brain to encode the information and to retrieve it. So you go further to teaching. Teaching is another strategy, it's another technique you use as a student to pass. It's another technique that you use as a student to improve your grade. It's not that you go and register to be a teacher, but you can teach other students what you just read or what you learn. And you can't teach what you don't know. When you open your mouth to teach it to others, it will be easier for you to find out how much you know. It will tell you the knowledge gap, what you are still missing. It will tell you the things that you need to improve on. It will tell you the things that you need to work on. The person you are teaching might not know. If they are not conversant with it, they might not know that you're making a mistake. But you yourself that is teaching, you know already what you're not getting right and what you're getting right. So you can go further from that part and go and study it. Another thing teaching will do for you is to help you organize your thoughts. It helps you organize your thoughts, so you don't start jumping from one end. You wouldn't know where to start writing when they finally ask you that question during an exam, or you were asked that same question during interview. You went for a job interview and they ask you, now you don't know from where to start. You start from A to B, you are jumping around. That's not, it won't sound nice. But if you have practiced and you taught it to somebody, then it will be easier for you to know where you are not getting it right, or what you are missing, or that, oh, this is not arranged, it's not should I say, logical, it doesn't flow. You will see the flow. That's what teaching does for you, and it's very important that you teach it to others. So if you are a student, always should I say, advocate to teach in the class. Your classmates and those that you think that they don't know it that much, please tell them, can I teach you that? If nobody came to you, can say it. And if eventually you don't have anybody to teach, maybe you are living very far from other students, or you are not in their midst, or you traveled before the exam, you can teach yourself. You can teach it to a child. You can get a child that doesn't even understand that much and say it loud and teach it to yourself. When you're teaching it to yourself, you can get pen, paper, you can get a whiteboard, any kind of board you can write on. Just teach it to yourself. Try as much as possible to be as if you are teaching it. That will tell you what to look for. The things you are not getting right, you go back to it. So the next technique I'll be talking to you about is the Pomodoro technique, which shows you the balance, how to balance your rest time and your work time, which is what I use during the study section. So during the study section, we work in sprint time, and we work in we then go for mindful break. During the sprint time, you are focused on your work. Then during the break time, you are focused on your rest. It's very important that you are present in your rest and present when you are working. Why this work is because your brain, human brain, is designed in a way that it works better in sprints, short sprints, which means maybe like 5 minutes. You say, okay, I'm going to do something, I'm going to work. Once it's a brain work, it works better in sprint time. So if you have been struggling to finish to meet up a deadline, or to prepare for your exam, so endeavor to use this technique, and you join me. I'm always there Wednesday and Thursdays from 10 in the morning till 4 in the evening. So I will be talking to you during the breaks on how to go about it. Like you can see, it's 4. So I'm just now chatting with us to tell us how to improve. So by this time each day, the sprint time ends. So during the sprint time, your brain already knows, oh, I'm working, this is the work time, and I'm going to get my break maybe in 50 minutes, maybe in 60 minutes, maybe in 1 hour. Some they will go as far as 3 hours. But I wouldn't advise you to go that long. If you can, it's still okay. But make sure to take breaks. That break helps you to gain clarity in your brain. Some people, they keep reading, they keep going they will go to class from morning. After 6 hours, they are back. They will continue reading. No break. That wouldn't help your brain to gain clarity. It will not help your brain to store information, because your brain need rest. Like every other machine, not even this one is not just a machine. Your brain is one of the most powerful machines on earth. And not only that, it's a living one. It's not a mechanical machine that you say, okay, if it breaks down, I'm going to get another one. No, you don't want it to break down, because there is not another one anywhere. So you will need to give your brain the break it needs to gain clarity. And when you gain this clarity, you will see you work efficient, you work better, you'll be more productive, taking breaks in between work time. So join me as we use the Pomodoro. So I'm going to be telling you another, that's like a bonus. That's my own secret of passing. It helps. So if you are a student and you are studying for exam, or studying to retain information, you want to train your brain to recall fast. You want to train your brain to retrieve information fast enough. Then you need to use the mismatch method, mismatch technique. You can just call it Chimoke technique. That's my name. So there, what you do is you don't keep reading or hammering on one subject or reading one thing. When you read it, if for me, I take it, most times I do like 2 hours or maybe 1 hour of one subject, then I will switch it to another subject. and it's never the same type of subject. I'm not going to go from biology to agriculture, especially when it comes to those ones that are dealing with the same thing. They are almost the same concept. So I might go from logic, a subject that is full of logic, like um, mathematics, to biology that is full of so many relationships and complex relationships. So if you switch it, but you don't just mix it up, you do 1 hour this, then you go back 1 hour to another subject, then you come back to that in another subject. What you are teaching your brain is how to retrieve information fast. It is teaching your brain to not only learn the concept, but also to learn the context, so you can retrieve fast from different pathways in the brain. It helps. And during exam pressure, that will help you to retrieve information no matter how many subjects you were faced. Maybe, in some schools they might put it that you are writing 3 subjects, 3 courses, or 3 models in 1 week, and you have to read them all within that space of time. So that's if you have trained your brain to retrieve information from different pathways efficiently, you see yourself, you still be able to remember everything you read in this subject and remember everything you read in this other subject, because now your brain did not only learn to retrieve information from the same concept, but of this different context also. It helps to train your brain to be quick in recalling. And during exam time, you need to meet up with the time given to you. It's not always limitless. It's something you have time that you have to do it. And during that exam pressure, you see people forgetting what they read. It's because their mind wasn't trained to retrieve information from different pathways. So try as much as possible to implement this. Don't go at a stretch. You keep reading biology 1 day, 2 days. That wouldn't help you. It's not developing your brain. Your brain, like any other muscle, needs exercising, and our brain, it thrives under challenges. So when you challenge it, now you are reading biology that is full of concepts, full of relationship, steps, and all. You switch to logic after some time. Then you go from there now to another kind of concept, in another context. Then you go back to the mathematics. Your brain is being trained to cope with everyday life, because in real life we don't always sit and do one thing. In real life, you have this to do, you have another thing to do. So it helps keep your brain sharp and for a long time. So the last thing I'll be telling you about, this one is specifically for those that are writing exams. You might not need it if you're not writing exam. If you no longer have any exam to write, you might not need it. But if you have interviews, you have exams, you have all those kind of things that you need to recall very fast, and you need to store much information, then you will need it. That's the use of abbreviations and acronyms. Some people don't know how it works. They think, you just need to learn the one they have taught you. No, you just need to learn how to use it and how to create it yourself from what you are what you are learning, or the subject. So if you create acronyms, sometimes you see 5 words might actually lead you to remember a whole 3 pages or 2 pages of a book. So it works like a compressed file. It will compress the information and free up space in your memory for you. So you need to learn how to create it and remember the underlying concepts and understand what those words or those abbreviations stand for, or just those letters stand for. If you are good, I don't know, so many of us, even if you are not good in maths, you still remember your board maths. How to solve the steps in mathematics, in case you have some in brackets, you have the plus, the minus. So which one should you solve first? If you already know this abbreviation, the board maths, it's easier for you to know which to tackle first, or some will call it the pandas. So for them, it's like the parentheses. The board maths is the bracket. It's still the same thing. So this abbreviation, the compressed information, it works like a file. So if you are going to be preparing for exam, learn first how to use abbreviations, acronyms, and those letters. When you form it and you learn what it is under it, or what it means, you can write a whole chapter, you can write a whole book from just maybe 12 letters that made a word. And it will last for a long time in your brain, just like you use your zip file. That's what it does in your mind. It will zip it. So once you open it, you start seeing, okay, the board parenthesis, the O is the off, which is that's just it. But there is always a way to do it and a way not to do it. Don't have too many abbreviations. Don't have too many acronyms while preparing for exam. It's not going to be helpful. It's going to confuse you. So learn to use the ones that matters to create this acronym that will lead you to remember other things. And it works well. Where it works better are in subjects that you have steps, that have flows, that have layers. You say after this is this, after this is this. We still remember the rivers, the major rivers, and the acronym. You still remember there are some of them that I created during my undergraduate days, during my masters, that I still remember because they make it quite easy. And some people wouldn't know that that is how to store information. With acronyms, you can store as much information, but don't make it too many. Too many is going to confuse you. It will be confusing at the end. It won't help because now you are thinking, oh, is this pandas now? Is it in this subject or in that? You wouldn't know. And don't just throw it anyhow and anywhere. So if there are things that comes in step, you get the first letter that will help you remember what that step is. You get another one and try to, like, we have how to structure a sentence. All those parts of speech, how to structure it. During my secondary school, I can still remember that they say it's DJ Sakon. So from there, you know, okay, which should come first, how to arrange it. So learn how to use your acronym well, and when you learn it, it will compress, it will free up space in your brain to do much more other things, and it will help you. Once you bring out, like you unzip it, when you open that file that you have zipped in your computer, like you have used this acronym in your brain, when you open it, each letter can help you explain as much. But all you need to do is, as you are abbreviating, make sure there are not too many, and make sure that you understand what each letter stands for. So I think I will end now. I've already taken 30 minutes into the time. I should stop by 4. So tomorrow I'll be here again. If you have any question as a student, I work with students and researchers, and if you are struggling with your studies, if you are struggling to retain information, you are struggling to improve your score, your grade, then you can just put your chat. You can chat me privately. Please don't send anything that doesn't make sense. I don't read things that waste people's time. Please just ask questions that are important to you. If you're a student or you're a researcher and you're struggling to retain information, or you've already passed and you're struggling, and how do I go about this defense? How do I go about this interview? Is something I can help with. It's important that you learn to improve your own self. This is not just about passing your exams. It's not all about they say it's acing it, you know. I went to a place and they were asking, oh, how do I use AI to ace it? It's easy to ace anything. I'm telling you, that's the easiest part of life, to make the A. Following this step, you make the A, but it goes beyond that. If you follow this step that I'm teaching you, you're not only going to ace it, but you're going to be on top of your game, even at work. When you finally graduate, when you finally start using that, your PhD, your master's, your undergraduate degree to work, you can defend it. And not only that, you can think deeper, because if you have threaded your thinking as a human being, I think something is not right with that. Your thinking is what will help you to be creative. Your thinking is what will help you to use those tools they call AI, computer, your phones, to use it well. So you need to develop your thinking, and that is what you should I say, you should endeavor to do, not just acing it. Some people pay people to ace it. Some people will go and do so many other kinds of things to ace it, but that is just cheating yourself. It doesn't help. So you need to help yourself and be on top of your game. You need to be the master of your knowledge. So I thank everybody that has been here with me from the morning when I started. I started late today. I started 12 because I had a conference to attend to. And after that, I joined. So tomorrow I'll be here from 10 till 4. And next week, by Wednesday, I think I have a conference, but I need to stay a little longer with them, because after my own presentation, I also want to listen to others. So I might be coming up in the evening. Then on Thursday is also a full 6 hours. So thank you so much for working with me. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much for working, and I'm sure you must have been very productive today. So see you again tomorrow by 10 in the morning. And when you are coming, come with your priority tasks to do. Join me, invite as many students as researchers and those that are working that wants to meet their deadline. So see you tomorrow.